All right. So we're doing day 2 of art, and more art. I just had to get some fries. Thankfully, spouse was already scooping them out for me, so that's nice. That's wholesome. I love that. So yeah. Let's just pop over to the just chatting screen here. And oh. Ah. Okay. Hold on. I just gotta. There we go. Or maybe not. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Scuff. Lots of scuff. There we go. Let's scooch over just a little bit. There we go. I really need to get another monitor. Okay. So if you are joining us, we'll be doing some more artwork. Mostly going to be making some art assets for the channel, and also going to be working on some nice, cool stickers that I can mail out to anyone who wants to sign up for my Patreon. All the links are in the sort of like about thing down below. I need to stop no clipping around. I don't want to end up in the back rooms. There are no mechs in the back rooms. I don't want someone to, you know. Well, on the topic of the back rooms, I am shocked that there's not an entity in the back rooms that's just a Gmod admin with the fizz gun. You know, the default like Magnuson or like Kleiner model that's just like hovering there menacingly, and they're always doing like the as they're typing. Fries. Okay. So, for those of you who are not in the know, I have on the time leading up to New Year's, I received some pretty bad news from work, and that could potentially lead to me losing my job fairly soon. I'm basically on what they said is the first and final warning, which is a bit worrying because it's supposed to be like a 3 warning system. So that's, yeah, no, nuh-uh, nope. I know when I know when someone's trying to get rid of me. So, yeah. So this whole it pretty much lit a fire under my ass to like finally just dive right in and get things pretty much set in motion here. So let's hop over to here we go. And now I will shuffle over this way. There we go. And let's get some more chill tunes besides this. Let's just quiet that down, and then here we go. Hey, Chinchilla, welcome! Just getting started here. So, gonna be making some art assets. For example, stickers and stuff. And also maybe doing some stuff. Oh, let me turn this music down just a little bit. That's ooh. Let's turn it down there just a bit. And turn it up here just a hair. There we go. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Chinchilla. We're gonna be doing some arts. So I have a little paper sketchbook here. Apologies in advance. My hand tracking is very scuffed. Leap Motion Pro is not as great as I thought it was going to be, but it's serviceable. So you're going to see my arms do some really interesting things because for whatever reason, it just does not know how to react. So, I had this one idea. For what would be kind of like a pseudo, like, embroidery patch design for, you know, something that's nice and Lancer themed. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a symmetry ruler set up here. And let's just drop that right down there. All right. I don't know how well this is showing up on stream, but there's like this nice purple line here. So then all I'd really have to do is, with a pencil, just do a bit of... Let's do something like that. Get a cool triangular look here. So... Ooh. And let's see if we can connect the... Yeah, let's connect the tip. Let's connect the tip. There we go. So... Just gonna do a little bit of this. A little bit of this. So these are just going to be the guidelines that we're going to use just to sort of keep things kind of nice and intact. So nice and even, nice and consistent. There we go. Oh yeah, I actually had a lot of fun doing Jay's request. I was very happy with how that one turned out. Okay, so then we're gonna do this. There's a method to my madness here. So... see if we can get this to work. Okay. So, this may look like a pyramid at the moment. However, if I just do a little bit of, say, this. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. These are the guidelines. I don't need to make it look 100% complete yet. I just need these for consistency. This will all make sense. Let's turn the music down just a little bit more. There we go. So I'm just going to quickly shade in this section here so it looks a little bit more obvious what we're trying to pull off here. And then let's get this here. Cool, cool, cool. Actually, it's not quite as consistent as I wanted it, so let's see what we can pull off here. So I'm just kind of quickly shading things in here. Yeah, he has been a joy with my campaign. Like, that's super wholesome. Like, it's always... I always love hearing stuff like that. Ah, that reminds me. I really need to get a game of Lancer going. I talk about it a lot, but I do need to run it more often. I don't think he did. By all means, info dump about your campaign setting. Here we go. This is all going to make sense once I start erasing some of these extra lines. Not quite digging this. Not quite digging the R on this patch. Hold on. Let's see if I can fix this. I think I see where I messed up. So we got that one there. Go over here. Here we go. And then we'll bring this up and... I can't seem to get this R to work how I want it to. I have mad respect for people who do calligraphy. Because, wow, it is difficult to get letters to do letter thing and look good. Mad respect to calligraphers. Let's do that, and then bring that down. No. Bring this over, and then bring that down. There we go. And then... Alright. Oop. Just lost it. Uh-oh. Ah, there it is. Okay. And then... Gotta cut the R into thirds. Ooh, that's a good idea. Just gonna pop some fries real quick. I swear, guys, potatoes are such like like the ultimate superfood. Let's see. Well, me and my friend Tech decided to set out campaign in the to set our campaign in the far reaches of the Long Rim expansion, which secured the new worlds that were just colonized or being settled on Union, and the baronies decided to make a guild of mercs to make sure the plants get their production going and stop a lot of infighting with the minor baronies and or... Oh, that's actually really interesting. Because, like, honestly, the infighting with the houses is like such good territory to mess with when it comes to Lancer, because it's not really explored as often. I just realized something. I could have just done this and gotten all of these like lined up evenly for the most part. Oh my god, lettering is so difficult. How do people do this? I haven't even started putting down inks yet. Oh. Is that a bot? Let's see. Let's get rid of that. And actually, will I be able to just copy and paste the name? Yes, I will. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And the reason... Body mech bot face. It would also help if I typed ban instead of bam. There we go. And they're gone. Okay, so cutting this letter into thirds actually did help significantly, because then I can just sort of cross over here. And then I can maybe cut this side down, or actually I want this to stay kind of relatively boxy. So yeah, we'll do this. And then we'll kind of cut our way over here. And that should hopefully get it looking good. Hopefully. Maybe. Potentially. Yeah, that'll work. Also, welcome Meteor's Requiem! I don't know what your preferred name is, so I'm for this streaming purpose, so I'm just going to go with your username. All right, well, welcome in, Mari. Okay, so I'm going to do a thing here. I'm going to do a cool thing here. So I want to at least get this design put down real quick because, like, you know, geometrical stuff, it's pretty difficult. So let me get a figure ruler, and we're going to do a a circle. However, I want this to be somewhat sizable here, so we'll do a bit too sizable. Let's do that, maybe? Actually, it'd probably be a smart idea if I just did this, so I will... Hold on. It's trying to find a good place to put ruler, so we'll do that. We'll do that. And let's see if we can move this a little bit closer. And then, actually, we can scale this a little bit down. Because the idea is I want it to be kind of like... not quite off-center. I want it to be like kind of here-ish. But still kind of... So here's my vision. Here's my vision, right? I'm going to cut this through here. And then I'm going to cut this through here. And the idea is that this, if I can just scale it properly, will basically be like cut off right here, if that makes sense. See, the grid patterns make me think the letters are going to be a disco ball pattern floor. Yeah, especially on newly colonized worlds that barely touch, so anyone and everyone would fight over them. So the mercs act as temporary security guards until a proper core world / proper security is established. So our crew has to deal with a lot of things like pirates, mafia, baronies, corporations, horrors, out of control experiments. You know, okay, yeah. So like the usual stuff. That's honestly, that's a pretty good that's a pretty good way to like have an inciting incident and all of that. So okay. So I'm going to duplicate this layer. This is all going to be worth it when I start like actually inking all of this. So then from here I can do some cool stuff like because the idea is this is also going to double as a Sunny Mecha patch. So I wanted to have like sort of like a sun motif going on here. Like kind of like so. There we go. Okay, and then next up, vector layer. So here's where things get fun. So going to do the one line down. And ooh, actually, I might be able to pull the symmetry ruler onto this layer here, and then we'll just do that. Come on, symmetry ruler, turn on. There we go. So we'll do that. Then we'll do this. Okay, so then we'll go down here. Then we will do this bit here. Then we will go through this bit here. And if you were here for the stream yesterday, you will know that I have some options I can do here. So first off, we're just going to quickly block in the outlines there. So once I get down all of the main parts of the letters here, so all of like the main lines, I'm going to go in with a vector eraser tool, and I'm just going to start deleting all of these extra lines that don't need to be here. And it's gonna look sick as hell. And while we're at it, let's do this, because I kind of want everything to be very consistent in terms of like how it's all leveled and all of that stuff. Cool. There's some messiness going. I just realized I used the wrong tool. Or not really the wrong tool. I used the wrong brush. Okay, let's start again. Here we go. Here we go. I was wondering why it was like not as nice and visible. So we're gonna go up here. We're gonna go down here. Go across here. We'll quickly pop the inks down there. Here we go. Ooh, that one really did not like it. Okay, let's try... Yeah, so the lines are extra thick. That's fine. Go across here. And go across here. All right, and then we'll go in. Oh, plus the setting is pretty flexible, so you can set it anywhere in the long rim. The problem is you can face the size of the group, since the guild is made of several merc groups, the different plants you can fight on. So if you want to use... Honestly, yeah, that's a very versatile idea. Hmm. You know, in hindsight, I probably should not have tried doing this first, but like I was kind of like really excited to get this design down. So okay, and then we're gonna go with the vector erase tool here. And we're just gonna do a little bit of this. Just like that. The vector erase tool is so good. So we'll just erase a lot of these. I'll have to go in and touch up this letter here. But hey, listen, I know it's cheating, but, you know, cheating in art is a good thing. Like, honestly, as long as you're not using generative AI, like, you're golden. Here we go. A tool's a tool is a tool. Here we go. So let's get another strand through here. So let's get this bottom strand here. Oh, nope, not that. Actually, what am I doing? I can do it this way, because I can level it with the rest of the letters here. There we go. And then we'll just go in and we'll just quickly erase these. So we'll erase some of that. Definitely erase that. Erase these, and there we go. And then just like that. All right. Yeah, like AI could have been like a really useful tool for artists, but unfortunately, they were just a bunch of dipshits out there who just wanted to get rid of artists entirely. Like, it is wild how hostile the world is towards artists. It's like the world needs art, but they hate artists. It's a weird paradox I've noticed. Like, even when people enjoy the works, like the whole concept of like death of the artist, I find kind of, I don't know, like I get the idea behind it, but it also feels kind of wrong to me in a sense. Because removing the artist from the equation kind of, I don't know how I can put it. It just, something about it just feels off, you know? Like, people want to consume art, but they, yeah, like, it's like suddenly if an artist wants to be compensated and not die in abject poverty, it's almost like that kind of mindset of like, oh no, you should just be doing it for the passion. Great. That's great. I can't eat passion. Passion is not going to keep the lights on. It's not going to keep a roof over my head. It's going to help keep me motivated to get those things, but like if you can't get any kind of like traction or income, like yeah, the wild thing is people have been convinced that yeah, that artists are the ultimate middleman, when in reality, no. They're the producers of the product. Like, honestly, the whole thing is some weird psyop. Like, artists have been around for about as long as there have been people. Animators have been around for as long as there have been people. They've actually found a bunch of cave paintings where they believe that the flickering of flames actually animate them. You know, animate the little deer paintings and all of that. Art has been with us for ever. It's also why I'm so keen to, like, reassure people that, yes, art is easy, art is accessible. You can easily get to it. You can easily learn to do it. All right, let's... Okay, so now that we have the basis here, so we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right. You can kind of see the vision start to take root here. So let's fill in the blank spaces here. Let's see. So you mean like, so this part right here? So that part's just being, that part's just a little thin? I can thicken that out. In fact, it'll be very easy to thicken that out. Then I'll just go in and... There we go. And there we go. Then we'll just quickly fill the rest of this in here. There we are. And then, if we get the rest of these lines set up here, so the idea now is first, let's get rid of this middle line, because we don't need this middle line anymore. We'll get rid of that. All right, and then we will do this and this. There we go. And then let's drag this ruler onto this layer, and then that way... Oh. Let's actually turn the ruler on. There we go. All right, and then we'll delete that ruler. Okay. And then let's hide everything else so we can kind of, so I can kind of show a sneak peek of the vision here. Would you look at that? And then I can just do this. I can just do... Ah, okay, I see the issue here. In that case, we'll just do... Okay, why is that? Ah, I see why. There we go. Here we go. All right. Now I will figure out the best way to get this to look. All right, and now that I have that all set up, I can go in real quick and just sharpen it by just doing one of these. Oh, let's get that a little bit more even. There we go. And Okay, and we can get one more of these in. Why not? Let's get a fourth one in. Here we go. All right. Now this is looking more how I wanted it to look. All right, and then I'm going to lock the alpha. And I'm going to basically get some gold in there. And then here, again, lock the alpha. Or actually, I don't really need to lock the alpha, because then I can just go in and... Wow, this is a whole mess of... I am so glad you guys can't see the... I'm so glad you can't see the layers, because I'm right over them. It's a mess. Alright, we're gonna select... not color dodge. We'll make this a color layer. And then we'll just select this with the lasso tool. And... paste? Yes? No? Maybe? No? Okay. Then in that case, we'll do normal and we'll just drag it down. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. All right. So, there's one design. Let's get some now mostly cold fries. All right, so next sticker design, I was thinking of doing something that was a bit more of a all right, first off, let me bunch all of these into one folder, just so I'm not accidentally just so I'm not accidentally doing something I shouldn't be here. So the whole idea with this is I'm trying to work quick. So that's going to be, let's rename this one to Lancer Patch. There we go. All right, so then I'm going to open up another folder. And I'm just going to have this be the sketch layer. All right. So then down here, what I'm planning on doing, right, is I'm planning on doing something that's more of a... Hold on, I'm just trying to get this all on here properly. There we go. So I'm going to do a profile view. But it's more of like a bust side view, if that makes sense. So I had something sketched out earlier, and I'll probably use this as the basis. Sometimes I do regret giving myself a helmet. Because then I remember I have to draw the helmet. Oh, whoa. Oh, that woke me up. Hey. Oh, Pwiffledorp! Thanks for the follow! Oh, oh, that woke me up. Oof. Big splungle. All right. So, I'm gonna block in the helmet. Oh, nothing much. We're just doing some art. Got some bad news from work, and I could, at any moment, lose my job to any number of arbitrary BS. So I'm trying to get ahead of that. And, yeah, actually finally take the plunge to do streaming, actually do art, get back into like freelance stuff, you know? Retail sucks. All right, so let's get that blocked in, and then, I think. Hold on, I'm having to look at myself as reference here, but I think maybe it would be easier instead of blocking it in like that. I actually instead do. All right, I'm going to just quickly block it. So yeah, yeah, no, it's terrifying. When I got the news, I was low-key panicking. So I ended up doing a big art stream, and I did a bunch of chat requests, which was a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm pretty much just trying to like fundraise on my Coffee and Patreon. All of the links are basically down below in like the little About tab on my channel. Which I might do another banana mech. I had an idea for a banana mech. So yeah, what I am hoping to accomplish is to basically break free of retail entirely before they just decide to cut me loose, so that way I can at least leave on my own terms. So yeah. Yes, banana mech. Basically it was a. Hold on, I'll just quickly sketch it out here. So it was basically just a regular banana, but I gave it, but I ended up giving it like Kamina shades and like Gundam shoulders. And then I was trying to get the arms down, but like at the time I was a little bit rusty. But I would probably do something like this now for the arms. Yeah, much appreciated, Pwiffle. Like, it scared the hell out of me. It still scares the hell out of me. So I'm hoping that if things go right, to have enough upward momentum where if I do end up having to forcefully go freelance by the end of this month, that I should hopefully be in a good position for it. But yeah, I'll be doing art requests throughout the stream. So if you have any ideas that you'd like me to sketch, like for example this beautiful Banana Mech Mark II, just let me know. Here we go. Give it like the classic Gundam segmented fingers and like the little, yeah, like that. Oh yeah, the VOD's still up on the channel if you'd like to watch it later. And I'm going to also upload the VOD to my channel. I do need to chop it down because I kept on going on tangents where I was going into like art anatomy lessons and such. So like, if you also dive into art and there's like a certain aspect you're struggling with, just let me know. I will be more than happy to info dump and like give a tiny tutorial. Like, it's great. Like being able to do like art stuff with people here. One, it kind of keeps me interested because like I suffer from the ADH demons. Zoot Suit Monkey, on it. All right. So Zoot Suit Monkey. All right. So I'm going to do this. So I'm just going to quickly sketch in this out. Just a very, very quick. Okay. I have a vision. So, and then because it's a zoot suit, it'll be very high-waisted. There we go. Very high-waisted. I think I'm gonna do like little suspenders like so. Just gonna quickly do this. So if I remember correctly, zoot suits are very baggy near the bottom. And of course, they typically have like they normally have like wing-tipped shoes. hold on, I'm gonna quickly... mark off where the feet are going to go. I'm going to try to make sure they're angled with the legs there. All right. And typically what's... If I remember correctly, zoot suits will have like... They'll have like a fedora, like very wide brimmed fedora with them. Typically... And they tend to be like very, very low hanging suits. So to sort of show that, because I've kind of drawn this to be kind of open, I'm gonna have like the suit jacket actually be kind of on the open side here. Doesn't need a suit jacket, but I mean, it wouldn't be a zoot suit without the suit jacket. There we go. I'm just gonna quickly block in the sleeve here. And then we'll have the cuff of the undershirt in there, and then we'll have the cuff of the actual suit starts there. All right, and then just like that. All right, just gonna block in the hands. I'm not gonna do anything like too super complicated with the hands. I'm gonna throw on some of that little knuckle fur there. All right, and then wingtipped shoes. Kind of doing this from memory, but they should kind of come up like so. And then, if I remember correctly, a lot of wingtip shoes will have a standard kind of like Oxford pattern with how they're cut in terms of like how the laces are done on them and all of that. Like wingtips are pretty bog standard in terms of how they're set up from a traditional sense. So they'll have like this little patch right here where the laces kind of go into, and then there'll be like the tongue. They'll kind of be like right there. There we go. And then we gotta give him a tie. We gotta give him a tie. And we'll put a tie clip on there. Nice tie clip there. And we'll make it a long tie. Long tie. Ooh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Tech Hollow. Oh, wow. That slap wakes me up every time. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, Techno Hollow, thanks for the follow. All right. So, big ears. I'll do like a little Jamie Hewlett style nose. And I'm going to go with a more like kind of... I'm going to go for kind of a more like Mojo Jojo kind of mouth here. We'll do like some sideburns. We'll make it a full face thing. There we go. And just so we can get a little bit of this here. There we go. Ah, what should we name this little guy? Yeah, I was doing a so on New Year's Day, I did a big art stream and I was taking requests. I'm also taking requests here, hence why I'm drawing a Zoot Suit Monkey at the moment. Oh, speaking of, I need to put like the little... There we go. Yakov. Oh, and I've noticed Zoot Suits kind of have like pinstripes on them, so I can use the pinstripes to mask some of the... One, show the flow of the forms, and also two... And two... hide some of the guidelines that I used earlier. There we go. There's little Yakov. All right, what was I doing before? Oh yeah, right. I was drawing a profile pic. So I need to block in the nose. Drawing profiles, I always find a bit tricky because I don't do them very often because there's rarely any need to draw profiles. Hmm. Hold on, I'll start the head over again. Because... One, I need to move this a little bit further down so I have some extra room to work with here. So, this one I'm deciding is going to be a... So, I'm going to do a profile view. And this one's going to be like a sticker. So just so you can see what I have so far. So I drew this. Because, you know, it's nice having a cool ass patch that's like not super obvious. Wait. I just realized something. Oh my god. I just realized something. Okay, I can make this look a little bit cooler. My favorite mobile suits? Well, I do have the God Gundam from G Gundam Fighters on my bookshelf right next to me. It looks sick as hell. It's a real grade, super posable. Mm. Oh, sorry. Crunch, 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 munch. But yes, as a kid, I basically collected variations of Zaku mechs. I loved the mass-produced mechs because they just had this cool, like, kind of visual appeal and, like, uniformity to them. Ooh, nice. I also have some of the I also have the gym from like the newest like G-Quacks. I got that one recently, and I also got like a wolf pack variation of like a Zaku 2 from like the Netflix series. I love the grunt units. Oh, by the way, if you haven't played it yet, Gearbits, it is a relatively like cheap mecha game on Steam, and the entire premise is you're basically piloting a gym. It's like an indie. It's like if you mixed. How do I put this? It's like if you mixed Gundam with Armored Core, just not as like super customizable. You can like pick your loadouts between missions, and it's a whole lot of fun. There is some weirdness with like how they did the difficulty, because there's some artificial like infinite spawners, which I don't really like in games, but for that game I kind of give it a pass. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm just gonna quickly block in the eye socket here. The mouth. Where the nose is going to be. There we go. There we are. Let's see, my Lancer group has been toying around with starting the campaign in NPC mechs so they can earn the title of Lancer. Oh, okay, that could be a bit tricky because because Lancer it's balanced from the ground up for the PC mechs, so you will probably need to make you will probably need to make your own custom mech that is somehow, because it's the Everest sets the tone. The Everest is such a good mech. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't found a single mech that I just look and go, yes, I love that mech. No. The Everest is still my beloved. It is quite literally peak. Ooh, Bounty Star. I haven't heard of Bounty Star. Hold on, I'm gonna jot a note down for that. Bounty Star. Oh, you know what I might do? I might actually sit down and, like on stream, sketch out some character designs for a Lancer visual novel. In fact, you know what would be a really good exercise? What if we all just like just brainstormed as a chat some character concepts? And I will sketch them out. Here we go, just getting the eye. Oh, I am not good at drawing profile views. Why did I decide to do this as a profile view? Oh my god, it looks like... No. My eyes are never that open. Alright. I can fix this. I will fix this when I do the inks. Okay, so because the brow is right there, head's going to come up like that. There we go. And then that marks the forehead. I'm just going to quickly block in where the ear is going to be. Yeah, right. Oh, gotta love the moments when you realize you made the upcoming work harder. Yeah. Let's see. You play as an ex-sheriff to a settlement that was destroyed, and now you act as a merc to build yourself a new home to hopefully track down. That is a really strong premise. Oh no, that premise is gonna do things to me. Oh, why is my hands acting up there? I'm not even like doing anything wild. It's just like sitting here on the keyboard. I think it's probably just the angle of this camera. Okay. So, yeah, like, for example, an idea for a good example of like what kind of what was a really cool idea at first, but has kind of made it really awkward for me to draw, is the fact that I have a helmet. Helmets are difficult. I don't know why helmets are so difficult, but they are. Okay, and then I will block in where the little earpiece is on the helmet. There we go. Oh, Fallout New Vegas is so good. Fallout New Vegas is so good. That was my favorite Fallout. I modded the shit out of that game. At one point, I was able to mod it because one, I was obsessed with. I was also obsessed with Metal Gear, so I found a way to basically turn Fallout New Vegas into another Metal Gear game. It was so dumb. Like, unfortunately, the face mod that changed the player model face to MGS3 Snake broke it to where like half of the people were like bright neon pink for no reason. There we go. I might redesign this helmet in the future. When I initially designed this helmet, it was heavily inspired by like Super Sentai helmets and like also the helmets from Voltron. Because at the time, I was kind of going for like the concept for my VTuber was the whole idea was they were a part of like a big dumb hero team, and because they've kind of like because all of the threats were gone, they were kind of just out of the job. And it was going to have like this whole big redemption arc in like built in, where like the character was going to be like kind of in like stained clothes, you know, with like crumb marks and such. And then as the channel grew, like you just slowly see things like start to improve, but like it would have been funny. But also I didn't need my VTuber to hit too close to home, you know? And then I found Lancer, and I got super obsessed with it. And now I'm honestly seriously considering maybe having some of my VTuber alerts take place on the Lancer universe. Who knows? It's just one of those good settings. It's really good. It rewired my brain. I'm just waiting for people to realize that my name is actually a reference to something that's not even mecha related. Let's see. Relay is one of my favorite mechs because I can lay down across the map and snipe people with an anti-material rifle. True. Let's see. Though going back to grunt mechs during the prison mini campaign that Chinchilla ran, I exclusively used an Everest and turned it into basically a gym custom of a shoulder. That's awesome. The Sunflower Samurai is obviously the reference. Fallout helped me at work, and no, I'm not joking. I believe it. I believe it, Mari. I totally believe it. In fact, I think I was in call when you told me. There we go. So... Alright, so for the shoulder, I was going to have just the big old green shoulders, because I am obsessed with big shoulders in designs. I don't know why. It's just a really striking silhouette. All right, and then we'll do... We'll do this right here. And gotta keep this one smooth piece here. All right, and then we'll do this. Bring this back like so. Let's see, Sir Ryman is spamming Jerboa, and that's off topic, but Jerboa, I need to remind you they exist. Jerboas. Let's see, what's funny is that you've had a SSC Toku actress and SSC VTuber in our games. Oh, speaking of the corpo states, I have had this idea for a Lancer visual novel, and one thing I was kind of playing around with the idea of is the different romanceable options also representing the different people from like the different corpo states. So like you'd have one person who would be like you'd have one person who's obviously themed from the from like SSC. You'd have one that would be themed from IPSN. You'd have one route that would be kind of themed around Harrison, and then you'd have like the hacker gremlin that would be for Horus. All right, let's... Just gonna... There we go. Okay. And then... Oh, yeah, I wanted the hair to be a little bit more... A little bit on the bushier side here. thick, long, luscious locks. Because I want my model to also reflect my amazingly long hair. Like, I honestly, at this stage, even though my hair like kind of annoys me from time to time, I don't want to cut it. I spent so long growing it out. I don't want to cut it again. It will grow long, wild, and free. There we go. Let's see, the Toko actress got arrested after her show was canceled and was tricked into stealing. Meanwhile, the VTuber got bored one day and so decided to jump in a mech and record her adventures of being a Lancer pilot. Oh, it reminds me of this one game of Cyberpunk I played where one of the players was they were a part of Trauma Team, but they were also a streamer, so they streamed their Trauma Team missions. Let's see, to give context, the NPC I mentioned, the NPC is named Notless Dono Mooncracker. She is a 14-foot tall. At the time, I forgot size 1 mechs can be 14 feet tall, but oops, excuse me. But still funny. I forgot. Let's see. So, Shark Woman, part of the Void Thrasher species, hence her large size, who is the leader of a mafia family called Deep Ones, who run the Leviathan Cake Shop. Two of my players liked her so much, they decided to roll charm checks, and they both got nats 20, so they... Oh my goodness! That's always a good feeling, when you make an NPC that the players love so much. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it up. I'll leave it like that. That's good. That's good. All right, so this will be a good basis for a sticker. Yeah. So just to like reiterate, a lot of these are going to be stickers that will be available for people who sign up for my Patreon. Currently I have a $3 tier and a $6 tier. The $3 is mostly, general support. And all of those links are going to be down below in the about. I still need to make a big eye-catching thing for all of my links, but they're currently still in the tiny little texts. Let's see, the chaos of our friend group never makes any Lancer session dull. That's the sign of a good group. Oh. Yesterday I went, basically we're playing this game called Dark Matter, which uses the 5e system, which I'm not a big fan of 5e, but it was originally a campaign that was going to be in Starfinder, and then we realized with Starfinder there were so many edge case rules, and like it was like such a rules lawyer heavy game that like after like 4 or 5 sessions we went, fuck this. None of us know what's going on. The car that we were in that we thought was a car turned out to just be a chariot that requires an actual beast of burden to pull it. What the fuck is going on? But yeah, in this game, we're in this procedurally generated dungeon called the Stack Rooms, which is basically Space Amazon's like warehouse, and the layout changes each time we go in. And one of the loot rooms had a chest that was like guarded by a riddle, and I think the riddle was something like so the DM basically went, all right, and in this vault there is a riddle, and the riddle is what has a head and tail but no body. And coin, I opened the vault. And just the way this player said it with such confidence, because he got the answer right. He got the answer right, and he didn't even wait for confirmation. He just went, coin, I opened the vault. We were fucking dead for like a solid 15 minutes. We were just laughing so hard. Turns out this guy was just really good at riddles. Like, insanely good at riddles. Yeah, so a good friend group can easily make or break a game. Okay, yeah, right? But like he didn't even hesitate. Like the DM didn't even finish the riddle, and he just went coin. Okay, so we got a couple of stickers kind of drawn up here. So I'm gonna quickly ink this because I don't know, I'm feeling spicy, and I'm kind of proud of this. So I'm gonna ink it real quick. I'm gonna show you guys how I do my inking process. And the reason why I call it inking instead of like line art is because I have a background in like webcomics and such. Let's see, my friends keep employing 2 NPCs to cause trouble and damage the home base. Alright, so I'm gonna just do this. So, when it comes to having good line art, there's like not really like a set way to do it, if that makes sense. It's more of just you need to have confidence in your lines, and you need to also keep in mind the thicknesses of the lines. Line weights, that's what it's called, line weight. Here we go. Ooh, I should make a reference sheet for my VTuber at some point. There we go. Oh yeah, by the way, we have a Discord for all of the hyper focusing and like, you know, just like info dumping about mechs and Lancer and all of that. It's actually just right in the it's actually in the about below in one of the smaller links. It's called the Mech Bay. And it's tiny, but it's growing, and like we're hoping to get some. Well, I'm hoping to get some Lancer games up and running in there as well, and also maybe get some people together to sort of have some chill vibes and play some Lightyear Frontier, which is mech farming. Very, very cozy mech farming. There we go. Oh, so if you're having trouble with withdrawing with from your wrist, um, one thing that has been one method that is taught is actually drawing with like your full arm instead of just your wrist. So essentially, it's really hard to describe it, but like essentially when you're first learning to draw, you're like more inclined to do like wrist movements and such, but like for smooth lines, and also it's just good to avoid wrist strain in general. Um, Instead, what you'd want to do is just keep your wrist completely stiff. In fact, there's even wrist braces to sort of like help people keep their wrist straight for like the sake of artwork and all of that. And you want to just draw with like your entire arm rather than your wrist. And it kind of like have teaches you to like to hold your pencil differently, and it's but that's probably going to be my advice if you want to do like confident lines, but you have like issues with your wrist. Like there's always a solution for everything. There we go. You know, I just realized I'm a 3D artist and I have a 3D printer. I could totally make a 3D version of my helmet and just print it out. Oh my god, I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be awesome. But yeah, it's drawing with your whole arm instead of your wrist is also one of the more like common bits of art advice when it comes to like avoiding long-term wrist strain. And it does give you some extra stability. Okay, I'm gonna just block that there. There we go. There are solutions to every art issue. I said it once and I'll say it again. Art is probably one of the most easily accessible creative forms that you can ever find, because odds are there's either a tool to help compensate for any kind of physical disabilities, or there are techniques that were designed specifically for certain disabilities, because as long as there have been people, there have been artists. And as long as there have been artists, there have been artists with disabilities. There we go. That's why I get so annoyed with like tech bros saying we need to democratize art. Art is already democratized. You just don't want to put in the fucking work. I heard one way it was described, and I love this way of breaking it down so much. AI artists are not artists. They're art consumers. And yeah, no, that totally checks out, because like a lot of times, a lot of people who like push generative AI for art and all of that, they tend to be they tend to always have like the vibe of they don't want to pay an artist to do a thing, and they just want cheap content that they can just sort of like look at and go, ooh, yes. And some of them just use it for a quick buck, and you know what? That's fine. That's fine. When all of their tools become unavailable and the bubble does eventually pop, I mean, yeah, joke's on them. I'm gonna still be able to draw. Oh, I need to actually set up a lot of my chat. Because a lot of this was a big spur of the moment thing. I'm still kind of like learning how to set everything up. So, hold on. Yeah, I still need to set that up, unfortunately. I do have the thing here, though. Hold on, I can post it. At least I should still have it here. Hold on. Is it... It should be... I should have it on the notepad. Here we go. And while we're at it, here's the link to the Discord. There we go. That's a link to the mech bay right there. And then I also have a link to... And here, have a link to my Patreon. I still need to set up the chat bot. I don't mind people who use it for placeholders like Google Images, but yeah, fuck the people who try to sell AI slop for money. They are no better than... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They are quite literally stealing people's art. There have been art thieves for as long as there have been artists. And it's unfortunate, but listen, the scammers were always there. They're just louder now. Oh, I'm reminded of like this one story of like this one guy whose like wife was an artist, and he basically stole his wife's artwork and passed it off as his own. And he just... It got really messed up where he like locked her away in like a room to just paint. And it eventually all fell apart when she just refused to make art, and she decided to like they had this whole big thing in court, and he kept on making excuses why he couldn't make a piece in front of the court, and his wife just immediately did it without any kind of like hesitation. And yeah, no, he lost that one super hard. And I think about that a lot when it comes to like scammers and such, because like, yeah, art theft is it's awful. And there are people who want like the prestige of being an artist without like without putting in the work to be an artist, you know? Like this, like what I'm doing right here, this took me so long to develop. And for like my actual for like how fast I draw and all of that, I learned how to do this when I was trying to like make a webtoon, and I forced myself to like try to like meet some really unhealthy deadlines, and they were like self-imposed deadlines too, so like it's not like I had like any excuse for this. And it burned me out so bad. Like, granted, I'm very quick when it comes to my artwork. Like I'm fast. I draw fast. I'm good at it. I just, you know, I just need to build a following again. No, not that I had a following to begin with. I had this issue for the longest time where I got so demoralized from posting art because just about every art platform is, well, I say art platform, every social media platform is really rigged against artists. Like, social media platforms hate artwork. That's a good one. I like that. All right, and the visor will be... yeah, we'll do that. There we go. All right, and now my favorite part, inking the hair. By the way, if you need an artist for anything, hit me up. My rates are super reasonable at the moment. My stuff starts at $80 and it works its way up depending on how complex the piece is. Alright, let's add some little bits of texture there just to like suggest, yeah, this is indeed hair. Oh no, oh no, no. All right. Ooh. Sorry, that was my antidepressant alarm. Take your meds, everyone. Take your meds. I normally take my meds after stream. There we go. Though I will BRB here in just a bit because now that I said that out loud, that doesn't sound like a good idea. So I should probably take mine while it's still fresh in my head. Take your meds, everyone. I will do that as soon as I'm done with this little bit right here. There we go. Okay, and then this is going to lead into... we're gonna do a line right there. Yeah, after stream is way too vague. So I will be right back. So I'm just gonna quickly, you know what? Meds are just in the other room. Hold on. I will be right back. Uno momento, por favor. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Meds have been taken. I now have 30 milligrams of metazapine in my system. Okay, so let's try to get this shoulder here. Also, another thing when it comes to art, right? Everyone has like that perfect angle where they can get like the perfect curve with the right motion. So like if you need to flip the canvas around, you can totally do that. No one's stopping you. In fact, one of the easiest ways to do it in a lot of art programs is just to hold shift and use the scroll wheel. There we go. And another thing, you don't need to do it all in one big motion. Break it up into smaller bits. Ooh, ooh, art from the campaign in the server. Ooh, hold on. Let me have a quick look. Let's have a look here. Ooh, yes, Artist Alley. Ooh, that's so good. Oh, I love that vibe. Okay. Would it be all right if I showed it on stream? Oh my god, I love the vibe here. Hold on. That is such a vibe. Oh, that is such a vibe. Hold on, let me see if I can. I'm just gonna do. All right, it's gonna be kind of a ghetto way of doing it, but let's do this. So we'll just copy image, and then we'll just paste it right. Look at that! That is such a vibe. I love like with like the little god rays and such. Like it just, I can feel the summer heat in this image. I love that. Okay, so, oh, and Zach, to answer your question, the brush I use is actually the, so I use the Real G Pen brush. That's just standard with Clip Studio Paint. I try to stick with what a program comes with. I honestly, if I can't get what I'm after in the actual program by itself, I'm not going to lose sleep trying to make the perfect custom brush. I know people will like, yeah. Oh, and I do have a modified version of the Real G Pen as well. So hold on, I can actually show. I can actually show it here. So like with the current pen, like it's one thing when it comes to digital inking is it's either 0 or it's 100. And what I mean is with digital, no matter how light you're going, it's just, you see, it's just like that big stark red, or not red, that big stark like blotch. It's like You either have 0, which is blank, or you have 100, which is ink black. However, I have a slightly modified version of this brush because I found there was a YouTube short that taught how to do it, where basically, if I can get it to actually work here. Oh, actually, do my new settings actually break this brush? Uh-oh. Oh, I think... Wait. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay. The layer settings are all sorts of messed up. Ooh, and let me just... I want to move view... Actually, no. No, you guys are good up there. It's a bit hard to read, but you guys are good up there. All right, we'll put this back onto color here. Okay, so that explains why that wasn't working. Okay, so yeah, it was in the layer settings. So there are different like properties you can get. So for example, there's in Clip Studio Paint, one of the things you can do is switch a layer from a colored layer to a gray layer to a monochrome layer. So it pretty much just completely gets rid of some visual information. Some people do it for like stylistic reasons. So if I have this set to like the default color layer here, so this pen, if you notice, has some opacity to it, so it's a bit softer. So it actually allows you to do like some very light, gentle like variations, and it's great for contouring and all of that. For the sake of this, though, I'm not going to need it, because I do need the... So with my art style, as you probably noticed, I like to do, like, harsh, high-contrast lighting. So, like, metallic sheens, deep shadows. So, for example, one thing I need to do here is... where the hair meets... Yeah, there we go. But the hair meets the helmet. Just so it also gives some, like, nice separation. Some nice contrast. And also separates the helmet out from the hair. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then I was doing this bit right here, so I'm just gonna do... And you know what, I'll add a little bit of extra visual interest of how that sort of like comes out, like so. There we go. There we go. And then we'll move that there. Then we're gonna do the bit here, which is like the... I like to imagine this being sort of like a... part of the harness and part of like a... part of a system here that sort of like feeds air to parts of the or even like fluids to parts of the suit that needs it. Because I'm very much going with like because one of the main inspirations for the suit design is is an Evangelion plug suit mixed with some other bits of mecha media. But yeah, there we go. There we are. And then I'm going to... just going to do a little bit of this again, just to give some separation of like the hair and the helmet, so they don't just bleed together as one big shape. There we go. Got a little bit of texturing there. There we go. And then... there we go. All right, and now I realized I kind of messed up a little bit because I put that detail a little bit too high. And then... there we go. There we go. And that's all where it should be now. And you know what? Because I'm doing kind of separation in the back as well, I'll kind of texture this back here, and also kind of like shade it in ever so slightly. There we go. There we go. All right, and then let's add some shading and a little bit of texturing here to also have this read more like hair. There we go. Same with this right here. Oh, these little... these right here? So I have, so that's a part of my pen pressure here. So I have the anti-aliasing turned way off. So I have, so in Clip Studio Paint, you have like different anti-aliasing options. So like, so this is with it turned off, and then you have this with some, hold on, hang on. I can show you the comparisons. There. If you notice, they get like softer and softer. I have anti-aliasing turned off because, like, when you're zooming out, one, it looks crisper, and two, if you make any mistakes, you can actually go in and easily find them and undo them without having to go, well, damn, it's down there now, and because it's all fuzzy and stuff, it's not going to look good if I erase it. But if you turn off anti-aliasing, it makes it so much easier to just like go in, fix mistakes, and add a little bit more intentionality. Personally, I only really turn anti-aliasing on if I'm doing a more softer shading style that requires some better blending. But it's quite literally just as I'm getting softer with my strokes, like as it's tapering off, instead of showing instead of like having the little, hold on, I'll turn it on to like max anti-aliasing just so you can see. So see, I'm kind of just doing the same thing, but you notice here it shows more of it because it sort of filters it all out, you know? It kind of fuzzes it up. Oh, by all means, do. That's what that's there for. There's also recommendations, which is for like recommending anything that is like mecha related. You know, for example, like Lightyear Frontier, Gear Bits. Again, I cannot recommend Gear Bits enough. It's done by a very small team, or I think like one guy, and it's so good. It's so good. I'm actually planning on doing a video on that at some point because I played that game when it did something to me. And I know it's just me adding extra meaning that isn't inherently there in the game, but it's it's hard for me to put it into words. Let me put it that way. It's like, you know when you play a game and you're kind of like introduced to some characters and they're kind of like lightly written and such, and you don't really think about them too much, but then you're playing the game for so long that you realize that when you skipped a lot of the story to get straight to the missions, and you find out there's like a bunch of cutscenes that add some more depth to them, it kind of feels like, damn, I could have known these people. There we go. I'm just gonna add a little bit of texturing here. Now, to get these dots, I'm like being very, very light on my tablet. Like I'm just barely touching it enough to where it registers there's pen strokes. I cannot recommend screen tablets enough. They are so good. If you have the option to save up for one, get a Huion. Get a Huion Canvas or a Huion Pro. They're like a fraction of the price of a Wacom Cintiq, and they have just as much pressure sensitivity. They're so good. Yeah, I used to use tablets that were like that, so you had to like actually look at the screen while you were using it. And there was like this weird disconnect. Like the very first tablet I ever had was, well, I say the very first tablet. The very first like serious art tablet I ever had was the Wacom Bamboo. And it was great for what it was. But when I eventually saved up and I got a I bought a Huion Canvas GT191, which was a massive thing. I miss it so much. The pressure sensitivity on it was awful, but it was a big screen. I never needed to zoom in. I just needed to lean closer to the screen. It was great. But I found myself like drawing more like naturally with like more fluid motions and such, and like a lot of people go, you don't need these nice expensive tools to do art and such, and like I agree with that, but also conversely, you shouldn't have to fight your tools. Get the tools that best suit your needs. Because if the tools just click, you will notice that you will be motivated to draw more, to experiment more, to do more. Yeah, when you become the zoom. All right, and then that should be like so. There we are. Here we go. And, oh, I just realized this doesn't really have much continuity here, so I'm going to have to drag this line through just to give it a little bit more continuity, and I'll block out the inks here to get rid of some of those tangents. There we go. There we go. Cool. And then let's turn that into one big line right there. There we go. There we go. All right, and then I'm gonna have to add one of these right here because I just realized I don't have that detail on there. And then cool. And then drag a line through there. Drag a line through there. Okay. And I'm willing to call this... I'm willing to call the inks for this sticker done. Oh, actually, hang on. I missed something. There we go. Hold on, I just realized this needs a little bit more texturing here along the hair. Just to sort of help separate it from... There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go! Now it's done! And, well, almost done. Oh, now I'm seeing more flaws. Oh no. Okay, and then we'll just carve that out. There we go. And... damn it, one last thing. Here we go. There we go. That is more what I was after here. Now let's get rid of the sketch layer. Yeah. can do a little bit of that. Let's get some extra. Let's get a little bit of extra hair texture going on here. Let's get that encroaching on things. So I'm gonna do something a little bit unusual here. I'm gonna fill that out because I don't feel like actually erasing that line carefully. I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna erase it out and get some of that texture this way. Cool. It didn't quite work how I wanted it to, so yeah, we'll do it like that. There we go. There we go. All right. And I will color that in here later. So, absolutely. If you have any kind of if you have a reference or anything, either drop it in chat here or drop it in the Discord in Artist Alley, and I will pull that up on the canvas and I'll get that all sketched out. I'm trying to be a little bit more organized of how I did this because I realized last time I didn't really have I didn't really have any good organization skills when it came to getting everything all set up. So I completely lost track of who was who and who had what. All right. Looks like we got another Centaur character. Okay. So, if I copy that image and I paste it there. All right. So here is what I will be sketching. So let me hide all the others real quick. So, and also I'm going to scale this down just a little bit. Yeah, so let's... All right, so we'll scale this to about here-ish. Okay. So, all right, I'm already seeing some design elements I can kind of pick from. So one, I notice musculature, so very muscular character. The hair, I'm gonna try to preserve that as well. And yeah, let's see what I can do here. I'm actually gonna scale this down a little bit more. Back had to save a stream streak real quick. Oh yeah, that's valid. That's valid. Okay, so we're gonna just scale. I'm gonna scale this down a little bit further. Just a little bit more. And then... So, when it comes to finding out things to do with designs like this. If my hand tracking will stop bugging out. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is I like figuring out poses first. It's a lot easier, in my opinion, to draw a design if you have a pose in mind, because like, yeah, you can do it. You can do it like basic, you know, either side view or forward view or 3/4 view or anything like that. But I found it's a lot easier for me anyway to figure out how I want to like I want to know a character more when their pose is appealing, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is... All right. So I have the base of the body all sort of figured out here. So I kind of want the back to sort of like go like so. I do like how angular the original art is, so I'm gonna try to preserve some of that energy here. Okay, so first off, figure out the central line. And then I'm gonna figure out where the other limbs attach to. So I'm not gonna do anything super dynamic this time around. I'm going to do a pose that's a bit more sturdy, shows sort of something like reliability. So, for example, because this character has a lot of like larger, heavier limbs, I want to sell the idea of them being sturdy and dependable. Like, first off, I'm gonna make the front limbs just a little bit shorter. In fact, let's see. Hold on, I'm just doing some quick. Yeah. All right. Okay. So... How am I gonna go about this? Okay, first off, I'm going to attach the shoulders to the torso, because this is a more muscular character. I'm really wanting to sell the size of the torso. let's do... just these large... just big sweeping shapes. Here we go. So I'm just trying to figure out where everything is going in this first stage. Kind of has like a... kind of reminds me of like the Sphinx in a way. Of how large and feloned the limbs tend to be. Alright, I'm actually gonna push these limbs a bit forward this way, a bit more. And then... here we go. Just blocking this in. Oh, hey, Farrell! Welcome back! Welcome to the stream! We're doing more requests. I'm gonna keep doing these until I eventually am in a better state financially, and you know, just get a bit more stability going. Sharp designed with a mafia suit, but it's a bit futuristic. Okay. Okay, and so... now, one thing I should definitely reiterate is sometimes you can't draw everything. Things will be obscured, but what you can do is suggest that there's something there. For example, that back leg. Okay, so I'm trying to keep the shapes big, wide, dependable. It's just a little bit tricky. I might have to redraw the front limbs actually now I'm looking at it. So let's, because like this back leg is great. Centaurs are a little outside my comfort zone when it comes to like what I draw. Because you have to like get really creative with the anatomy. Like for one, centaurs have 2 rib cages. One here and one here. They also have a lot of... yeah, so let's see. I'm gonna try to get... so if I can just make these sweeping curves, because the whole point of this is just to like get the nice sturdy limbs in, and then also get some nice flow in the limbs, if that makes sense. Because even though it's a static pose, you don't want it to like feel static, if that makes sense. I don't think I'm like explaining myself properly here, but so, and because we're doing that, here we go. Let's get some musculature in there. Let's fluff out that central line there. And then let's attach that to the torso there. Yeah. You want it to feel 3D. Speaking of, one thing that's kind of destroying the illusion a little bit is the fact that this leg is just a little bit too big. And it's pushed a little bit too forward. So if I push that just a little bit backwards there. And then we'll curve that back. And then curve that, because this is going to be, so this is going to like curve down like that. Sometimes you have to draw through the forms to figure out where things go. And then I'm going to curve that back. There we go. There we are. There we go. There we go. All right. And we'll add now we'll kind of define the tail a little bit more. And then we'll use the stripes to sort of help define the forms a little bit. Like so. Gives that nice little bit of three-dimensionality. And, oh, well, while I'm remembering it, there we go. There we go. And then let's add, actually, just so we can, let's add a little bit more, like, fluff around the shoulder there. One, to sort of, like, help break up the silhouette a little bit, and two, to, like, better hint at, like, the fur. Okay, and then there we go. All right. Okay, and then snout's going to be a good landmark here. That's very inconsiderate of that storm. Actually, let's actually bring the face out a little bit more this way, just because of just looking at the shape of that head there. And let's block out where the eyes go first. That's a very important bit of info there. Oh, nom nom nom. In chat, I also have a Discord as well. So if you hop in the Discord and pop it in Artist Alley as well, it just makes it easier for me to like know. Oh yeah, this is yours. But yeah, if you just drop it in the stream chat, I can pull it up and I'll make a new folder. There we go. Oh, I'm so not used to drawing faces with snoots. Here we go. All right, so now that there we go. Okay, and then let's see what we have for... Okay. I know that's probably like some kind of like hair piece or something, but I'm seeing goggles. First off, let's reposition the head a little, because I do still want this character to have some form of neck. There we go. And what kind of ears do they have? And actually, I need to raise the head just a little bit more. Oh! Coco. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely draw them next. Here we go. All right, so we're going to bring this head up like just a little bit. So when we actually draw a neck, which by the way, let's get the collarbone in there. And then we'll attach it. We'll attach the head. Like so. Excellent. Okay, and then here we go. This is looking more like it. So then let's get the hair in there. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to add another strand just on like this opposite end, just to... Or actually, no. We'll do it from this side. There we go. There we go. And now for the arms. So I'm going to do... I'm gonna kind of riff off the pose that's in here. It's on here. I'm gonna do a variation of that. Here we go, and then puff the arm out just a little bit there. There we go. There we go. All right, so that's one arm. And let's add the little detailing there while we're here. And just going to take some of that there, and then all right. Ooh, and while I am also here as well, these body markings are very important. Here we go. And just like that. That's the markings there done. And then for this front leg, get some tiger stripes in there. Okay. And then we're just going to move them down a little bit more so I have more room to really like push this arm pose here. Like just really flex. Get that sharp right there. Bring in the arm like so. And then we'll get some more of these in here. And, ooh, looks like fingerless gloves. Gotta love them. All right, so going to quickly block in. Well, first I gotta figure out how I'm going to block these in. Okay, so because normally I'm able to just sort of improvise it a little bit, but because nope, still not happy with that. Because, all right, so we have that. And then there's the top of the palm right there. We'll bring this down like so. And then that's the pinky finger's not curled enough. Let's do that. Because it needs to be like this like thick, curled shape. And then the other should just be easy to suggest at. And then we can kind of just like check that. Oh, no, it's still not good enough. I can do better. I can do better. And ooh, I just realized this part of the arm is a little bit too big. So we'll scale that down just a hair. And then we'll reposition this roughly where it'll look good. There we go. I don't hear any Discord sounds. I have everything on streamer mode. At least everything should be on streamer mode. Oh, that's why. There we go. Okay. So, what do you think? Also going to... There we go. Any changes you would like done while it's still in this kind of like stage, this easy to mod stage? Nom, nom, nom. Mm. Oh, hey, Layla. Also, hi, Layla.
Hi.
Mm.
Hearing myself back with my mouth full of food is not the most ideal. Hello, girl. It's a hello regardless.
Mm. Okay, so... Oh, excuse me. Okay, so... Oh, excuse me. I'm willing to call this one done. If there's nothing else to add. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so next one is going to be for Feraligator. So let's get this. Okay, so let's get this design pulled up here. And then we will scale. Let's scale this down a bit. So I'm already having a look here to see what I can break down and what I could do for this. So just looking at the body, I can probably do kind of a... I could probably do kind of a sort of... Again, kind of like... bean. And then it's looking like there's some bandages. Like so. I mean, I can kind of figure things out from, like, even with the poncho, I can kind of work it out. So, what I have in mind for this one is thinking maybe something where they're like, where they're kind of like stood over everything, where they're like perched up. No. Oh yeah, let's have a look at this other. Okay. All right. So yeah, I can kind of figure this one out. Because they have like little arm feathers. Okay. Okay, let's see what I can do here. Oh, I have an idea. Let's try... Alright, I'm gonna push this forward just a little bit here. Here we go. Okay, so it's just like a bunch of tiny little claws. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. That's a good way to help. That's a good way to sort of visualize it. Okay, so already I'm gonna do kind of like a pose like this. And then gonna push the arm back here. Kind of doing a very, very king-coded pose here. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just double checking something. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up chat here just to make sure I'm getting everyone sort of... Okay, because I get who requested what mixed up very easily. Even after I was like deliberately trying not to get it mixed up, I somehow got it mixed up, I think. Let's see. Where is... How is it? Right, in any case, I'm going to... Right, I'm going to at least finish this up. Move that a little back a little bit more here. There we go. Just going to be very, very fast and loose with it now. So, I'm going to just block in the body first before I start worrying about anything else. Now to figure out how I'm going to do the face. Because I kind of want to have it at a bit of an angle. So like so. Do a little X right there. There we are. Okay, this is starting to work out a little better here. Oh, hey! Welcome in, Lady Goo. I was looking away from chat there, so I didn't see you come in. Okay, so... the neck fluff. Neck fluff. So... ooh, okay. I do love how that has, like, a little swirl there, and then it kind of... oh, better yet, with the neck fluff. So we'll do the swirl right there. Once again, I want to try to keep that on model. And then... here we go. All right, I'm not gonna do the neck fluff 100% exact, but it does look like it's a part of the cloak instead of like the actual little creature. So okay, let's... ooh, and what are the shape of the pupils? Okay, so they're more elongated pupils, like so. Excellent. Okay. And then... we're gonna do the little hair swirly that's like down the middle, and then it just kind of comes up like... I'm gonna mirror it so it's just on the side that's facing the camera here. So... there we go. There we go. This is working out a little better here. Okay, and then... okay. This is starting to come together. Okay. And then the last little bit at the end. Followed by the hair wisp. And then we're just gonna quickly block in the design on the other leg. There we go. And then let's add that cloak. Yeah, she does kind of have like that that scientifically accurate like dinosaur look with like the feathers and such. So now for the cloak. So I'm actually going to have it kind of have the cloak be draped over the shoulders. Like so. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's get the little swirly motif on there, and then let's. There we go. And finally, we just need to add the bandages. Okay, there we go. Oh, actually, this arm isn't quite shaped consistently with the other arm. Now it is. There we go. There we go. Cool. All right. So I'm going to say, let's see. See, aside from that, I have a feeling you can tell my older design from the newer ones. Oh yeah, this one is a really fun design. Like this character strikes me as like this is the kind of design I would expect to see from like the old like PS1 like 2.5D era of platformer. Like this character would be right at home in like say Klonoa or something along those lines. Like this is mascot platformer. Like the hidden like kind of like a hidden gem that's that like only a handful of people remember and was like way more intense than people think it was. Oh, it's like the barrier of entry for like making any games, especially like platformers. It's super low these days. All right. Okay. So, I think I have time for one more request, and then I will probably end stream afterwards. Like she'd have, and Loki, I feel like she'd have a decent be a decent MC for a game, even if the world makes less sense than a chocolate dinosaur ghost. Okay. All right. So, what was your what was your request chinchilla, the one that didn't have a ref sheet or anything like that? Hmm. So when you say like a common shark design, like do you mean anthropomorphic shark or like Wall Street shark? Like what are we like talking literal shark or okay. Let's see if I can find all right, and tell me a bit about this character. I can probably start sketching them. I just need I need some good idea of like what they are. Also, male, female, non-binary. Like, well, what are we doing here? Ooh, and with ear fins. Okay. So probably something a bit more like because ear fins are always fun. Okay, so she has common shark traits. Okay, so okay, so let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to again, I'm going to block in the rib cage here. All right. let's see what we can do here. Let's see if we can get some neurons activating. Alright, just gonna quickly rough in some musculature here. Okay, and then I need to figure out what direction I'm going to have the head facing. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. Oh, hey, Urged. Welcome in. Let's see if I can get this right. Here we go. Yeah, still doing requests. Though I'm kind of wrapping up my last one here. Just because I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours. Okay. Let's see what we can block in here. So, put those there. See if I can quickly just... quickly block in shirt collar. There we go. Yeah, I'm just kind of finishing up this last one. 'Cause it's been at this for a while, and I was able to get some. I was able to get some nice bits of art done. I'm kind of hoping. At some point later in the week to maybe. I don't know, I had this idea for a Lancer visual novel, and I would like to sit down and work on some character designs at some point in the future. Just do that on stream, because that'd be a lot of fun. Some artists just really love to draw cursed stuff. If you draw something cursed enough, it loops back around to being blurst. Okay. So I'm thinking... something like this. So I'm thinking something kind of like very high-waisted here. Am I kind of reusing some design elements from an OC I have? Well, maybe. But it works. So I'm gonna... do something like this. So here we go. There we are. Maybe the belt is not the best way to go, and I can find a better way to design this. Let me just block in the legs real quick. Because you said she would be able to basically run a bakery in the ocean, right? So... though, that being said, I think I made the legs a little bit too long. Still trying to keep things somewhat proportional here. So, let's do... Let me just mark out where the knees are going to be. There we go. And then... I can sort of block out the rest from there. There we go. Oh, I'm not a left-handed artist. I just have my tracking mirrored because otherwise it'll just completely break my brain if I was looking at myself in the screen. And yeah. No, I'm a right-handed artist. Technically I'm ambidextrous, but I'm more proficient with my right than I am my left. Let's see. In fact, let's reposition the legs here. Just gonna block in. Just gonna block in an arm real quick. There we go. There we go. So now the arms are blocked in. I can kind of get a better idea what I want to do with the legs. No. No, not that. Yeah, let's get something a little bit more relaxed. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so we'll figure out feet placement here in a bit. So Let's see what we can do here. Nah, no, that's not gonna work either. And actually, if it's gonna be on this side here, if anything, it will be more visible on this back end here. There we go. For the muscles. Trying to figure out a good outfit for this. Though while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to try to finish some of these arms. There we go. Just gonna quickly block that in. I'm gonna figure out a hairstyle once we get everything else sort of figured out here as well. There we go. Now, I do like where that is. So I'm gonna try this one more time. This time, I'm gonna cut it off just a little bit right there. So, not really much along the lines of pockets, but and then I'm going to see if I can break up this silhouette here with there we go. Now, I'm kind of cheating a little bit with this, and I'm kind of reusing a design element from an OC I've had for the longest time. There we go. And I'm gonna do some Chelsea boots. Here we go. So this foot's sort of facing forward a bit, so we'll also just block in where the toes are. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have shaded those in like that. Okay, so cool. All right, and then yeah, feet are always tricky. Some good footwear, though, is a good way to sort of like inform character. There we go. And then yeah, we'll just leave it at that. There we go. There we go. I probably have done something better with the outfit, but oh. Let's add. Hold on. We need some more fin elements here. go. And then let's add a little bit there, and then I'm gonna add one more element onto the belt, just so it doesn't look as plain. Here we go. What is it? Who knows? Could be anything. Yeah, screw it. It's gonna be more pouches. There we go. Let me get her closer towards the middle of frame there. There we go. All right. Okay, we got some nice bits of art here done. Oh, I forgot. I had this hand set up like this for a reason. There's one last thing. One last thing I forgot to do. Say, that's a awfully nice aquarium you have there. Be a shame if anything happened to it. There we go. There. Sketch done. All right. Ooh, didn't go on nearly as many tangents as last time, but yeah, art is definitely the eternal one last thing. Just one more thing. One more thing. Just no, seriously, one more thing. Just 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 one more thing. Okay, and with that, I think we can pretty much call this here. Let's just head back to the let's head back to the cockpit real quick. Oh, I keep on forgetting. Yep. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I say today has been a very successful day of streaming. Got a few followers, a few new faces in here, and you know what? Honestly, this has been good. So yeah, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube. You know, send a follow down there. We're gonna try to find someone to raid. I do have a Ko-fi and a Patreon. I really do need the funds. Just because, like, my employment situation's very volatile at the moment. So yeah. Let's see who is currently. Let's see who's currently rateable at the moment. I'm thinking we'll probably do some more art channels. Let's see who's currently doing some art. Some art. Let's see. Who to raid, who to raid, who to raid, who to raid, who to raid. Let's see. I'm thinking it could probably be... No, not that one, not that one. Mm-hmm. Oh goodness, quite a lot of people in the art tag. Neat. So I think I'm gonna drop us in to Doodle. Yeah, let's do that one. Looks like she's currently drawing someone from Expedition 33. So, let me just... slash... There we go. All right, we're going to be raiding into Doodle, who is currently doing some really good art here. And yeah, let's just keep this this wholesome art train going here. So be sure to hop into the Discord. We always talk about Lancer and such, and you know, as always, just keep piloting those big stompy mechs, and I'll catch you around. In T-minus 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll catch you guys around.
Okay, speaking of theme parks, I don't think I talked about this enough. This is not Disney, but oh my gosh, hello Raiders! Welcome on in. We were talking about Disney, and I was about to segue into theme parks. Welcome on in, Sunny. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. How are you doing? What up? My name's Isa. I'm an art streamer, and I also love to game it up. Welcome. We're drawing some Expedition 33 art today. So yeah, that explains the art. Any suggestions? The 70s, 80s, J-pop. Oh yeah, I love like that's like city pop, right? Pretty sure that's like city pop. Yeah. But thank you so much for shouting out, Sunny. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We got done with our own art stream, did some chat requests and some stickers. Nice. If you want to share any of your art on stream. Anything you want to share, promote, feel free to link it in the chat. You don't need a permit. And thank you again for choosing to raid here. I don't know if you've played Expedition 33 before, but yeah, this is what we're working on today. Sorry, my stuff is being weird. Hello? Hello? Why is this being funny? Okay, I don't know what's wrong. Where'd my art go? Oh, here it is. Sorry guys, I'm being scuffed. All right, there's my art capture. I was like, where did my art go? Sometimes I tend to be a scuffed streamer. I've been working very hard to unscuff my stream. So yeah, you might get some tech issues here and there, but we've been trying our best to improve things around here. Yes, I got my kitty headphones. These are new. Very, very happy with them. But yeah, we're working on line art for the Alicia character from Expedition. I loved this game. My all-time favorite game from 2025 was Expedition 33. So gotta do some art. This is also our December sub art. This was voted on by subscribers here. So we're gonna get this done. Yeah. I'm a little bit backlogged, so gotta get her done. Gotta get her done. But yeah, feel free to throw your art in the chat if you want to share it. If you also got a raid and run, I totally understand that as well. And thank you again for coming into the stream and bringing your people here. Maybe we do listen to some City Pop, guys. Bring City Pop back. Bring City Pop back. Bring City Pop. City Pop. I said City Pox, chicken pox. Hello. Let's see. Let's mix her up a little bit. Oh, this is also okay. This is a new song featuring a member of Icon. By the way, this is new. To those who know, his name's Vi. He's probably. Well, I don't know. I haven't really looked into the other members, but